What's the word, good people? So it's good. We getting impatient. Yeah, Arrow's got Arrow has got some interesting news I was just literally looking at earlier. They bought back over 150 million tokens. 130 of them are locked. So that buyback model is starting to kick in. It's a good for a company to be buying that many tokens and locking them. It shows commitment, right? Shows confidence in their own project and commitment. Couple of things are lining up pretty good, man. Chainlink, HBAR, XRP just recently launched a $1 billion crypto treasury, their own treasury, Everroar. Buy and hold XRP. They're trying to stoke institutional demand. Excuse me. Solana, Aerodrome, like I said. Ondo has Ondo Chain coming up soon. They just hosted that event with Chainlink. What's it called? DC FinTech. But another one that was odd was Sonic. They're talking about tokenizing BlackRock's liquidity fund. And then the other two were Avalanche and Pith. S&P Dow Jones and Denari launched that S&P Digital Markets 50 index tokenized on Avalanche. So that's just more institutional demand for Avalanche sort of bubbling up. And then Pith partnered with Kalshi, the CFTC regulated exchange for Oracle services, right? So we're seeing more legacy projects go to Pith for Oracle services. Top would be extreme greed, yeah. Hi, Dev. You need to slow down, bro. You were just in here throwing up on yourself yesterday. Relax. Yeah, that berry and CZ doesn't hurt. Their willingness to sell Bitcoin to prop up BNB is impressive. The bull market is just not the type of bull market people are used to. And it's not their fault. This is the first bull market we've ever had with extreme quantitative tightening. I don't know about all that, Barry. I can prove you wrong on the chart. They do have a great business model, though. I'm not taking that from them. As long as people are going to degen, they're going to need degen tokens. And BNB gives you good discounts on your leverage. Yeah, just answer you do it. It'll be an extreme greed. Yeah. As long as they can stay on the right side of regulations, which is why CZ went to jail in the first place. CZ went to jail so BNB could fly. Let's take you through a little history of BNB and CZ. June 2022.
You muted, Dbloc? Can't hear you.
Is when we first had our big scare on BNB. Right? Everybody and their mother was shorting this thing down to 50. Right? Word on the street was if we broke this, it would be an absolute wrap. Popped up. Fed started an investigation on CZ and Binance. Price started coming down. Obviously, there was bad blood, right? Binance is getting investigated. It didn't look good. They had CZ on the ropes. We came down to that level that couldn't break. And we rode this thing for almost 2 months. Right at this point here, CZ turned himself into the feds. CZ turned himself into the feds. All of the FUD, all of that shit went away. BNB went crazy. This is when CZ got out of jail. This was the price point that BNB was at when CZ was released from prison. Held support once, twice, 3 times. They swept the liquidity. Inverse head and shoulders. And gone. freaking beautiful. I'm not mad at it, right? Great. I mean, that's pure parabolic movement. But we also can't be naive. It is what it is. You want other evidence? Let's look at what BNB did during the bear market. Looks normal, right? End of the bear market, right where profits were supposed to be taken. BNB goes down, finds the bottom, right? Look at the BNB BTC chart. You see something different? See something that stands out? Look at Bitcoin at the same time. This is what it looks like when CZ actively sells Bitcoin, which is going down in value, to prop up BNB.
All right.
Look at where BNB topped out, and look at where Bitcoin bottomed. So literally, the play for CZ was ride BNB. I mean, ride BTC, sell BTC for BNB, prop up BNB during the bear market in BTC value, sell for BTC, rinse and repeat. The only chart. And this has nothing to do with the business model. Oh, am I muted on Discord? All right. Yeah, I'm not saying he's right or wrong for doing it. He's the richest man in crypto. If anybody can get away with it, he can.
Thanks, Dbloc. I saw you describing stuff, and I was wondering what you were saying. I was like, oh, what's he saying here?
I was just answering somebody's question on YouTube. My bad, Discord. I didn't know you were muted. All I'm saying, Barry, is I'm going to be taking a real close look at that BNB BTC pair when the bear market actually does start. Because if they try to run that play again, you know, that was like legitimately the best play during the bear market was just sit in BNB and gain BTC value. But we'll have to see, right? We can't jump in front of that sort of thing. You gotta let the chart prove it.
What? Why not have something else do what BNB did last time, right? I'm thinking Mantle, to be honest.
Does Mantle have a CZ with tons of Bitcoin that he can use to prop up the price of Mantle?
Yep. Check it out. The treasury holds Bitcoin, yeah.
Possible. I did hear one scary thing this week, and I'm telling y'all that this is going to happen. We're talking about the Bitcoin and ETH treasury companies, right? You know, these guys that are selling everybody the dreams that they're going to be the next Michael Saylor. and that they're going to hold and nothing's going to be able to pry their coins out of their bloody hands. We just had the first company, an ETH treasury company, sell ETH to buy back shares. Don't think for 1 second that it's not in their plans. Right? They've made no promises to anybody. These are not Bitcoin strategic reserves, right? The second that that company needs some money, they're going to get rid of it.
Which company was that?
I can't remember the name exactly. I don't want to misquote the name, so I'd rather not say. I'll look it up, though. Then when I get the name, I'll tell you. Oh, is that what it was, Los? ETHZilla? I expect that to happen a lot. And not at first, right? But 10% down, no big deal. 20% down, no big deal. 40% down, and everything's clearly in a bear market, and earnings are coming up. I don't know, 1 or 2 shareholder meetings, some pressure. That's all it's going to take. Yeah, no, I was looking at it. The reason they sold wasn't a bad reason, but that's sort of my point, right? Like, there's always a reason, and they will use it if they need to before they let the company suffer. Well, they have an obligation to their shareholders, right, to do so by law.
Did you sell your gold?
Yeah, I already got rid of it.
Are you going to buy it back at some point in future?
Yeah, I kept 2 chains. I kept these 2. Couldn't get rid of it all. But I will get rid of them if we end up moving. It's more just because I love them. I lied to myself and told me I'm, it's a runner. Like I left the runner.
And that's a nice way of looking at it.
Yeah, gold. I mean, we'll see. I don't care about not making money on it moving up. What I do care about is having to rebuy my chains. Is having to rebuy some fat Cuban links at $7,000 an ounce. You know what I mean? That I do care about.
I mean, plus it's like the only thing that, instant cash, it's like the only way you can. I mean, if you ever need, you can just sell it and get some money out.
Yep.
What do you see for FOMC tomorrow?
0.25 basis cut with a end to quantitative tightening. Knock on wood. That's just me trying to manifest it.
Yeah. But why does the M2 then have a dip after Halloween? Is it like a false move?
Yeah, but remember that's past behavior, right? M2 has no idea what today is. We're on a 100-day offset. So that dip happened before. That's why I say that you can uncorrelate, you can decorrelate from that. We would get something really bullish on FOMC and liquidity came in. It wouldn't matter if global liquidity was going down, right? The sentiment would be enough. Now, the money, the actual money that gets pushed into the system tomorrow, we won't feel that for 100 days. But the sentiment from them pushing money into the system could bring in liquidity that counteracts that global liquidity going down, if that makes any sense. The same way that we had global liquidity going up, but BlackRock was selling off, so it like got absorbed. What is interesting though is that increase in global liquidity on the 7th. Right now, poly markets, the bet for it ending for the government shutdown ending between the 4th and the 7th is increasing. I think it's going to be mid-November at some point. There's no way in hell, in my opinion, that they push this past Thanksgiving. You imagine American people with the government still shut down and everybody goes home for Thanksgiving break? They're not even working on it. They're just hanging out off for a week, 2 weeks, or whatever.
I mean, they'd be praying for that though.
You know what's the craziest part about it is all the people that still work for FAA are still there at the airports working and checking people in for their flights, but they're not even getting paid.
Yep.
If the FAA shuts down, all those people that are like checking your bag and doing that say they don't want to work because they're not getting paid, it's going to shut all of our airports down too.
They're essential workers. You know that when you take the job,
I know,
even
it's
if
kind
the
of crazy.
paycheck stops, it's your responsibility to make sure that
It's
shit
literally
keeps
your
running
responsibility
smoothly.
to show up when you're not getting paid. That's crazy.
There's a name for that. Starts with an S and it ends with a slavery.
I mean, I just hope Trump doesn't open his mouth after meeting Xi Jinping.
I really hope they just play nice, bro.
Yeah, if he opens his mouth in the right way, shape, and
I
form.
hope
Come on,
those
Trump.
two egos just mix and it's like, you're the best. No, you're the best. And like a Kim Jong-un thing where they came out like in love after their little talk.
So the data comes out first, then Powell speaks, and then Trump speaks. Oh God.
It'd be a day. Gonna have to get plenty of sleep tonight. Patience, young Padawan. Well, we said yesterday, we want CME to fill, but it's a 3-day retracement. So filling it all at once leaves the door open for lower prices. A slow fill is exactly what we want here. Right? We're on day 2 of our 3-day retracement. As long as we find our bottom going into FOMC, we should be fine. Knock yourself out, Barry. There's plenty of channels if you want somebody to justify what you're feeling. I appreciate you for coming through, though.
Is that quote from Kung Fu Panda or
What?
that calm down Padawan? I mean, is that from Kung Fu Panda, the movie, or
I have no idea. Oh no, that's from my bad. I didn't hear. That's Star Wars. ETH already hit its. ETH already closed its CME gap. Bitcoin, if you're watching, look at ETH and do what ETH did. Nah, you're good, bro. No worries.
How does this work? Like some Singapore-based company is investing 25 million in Kadena. The market cap of Kadena is 21 million. What does it mean?
it's, it's probably over a period of time. When these companies make these pledges, right? It's like over a couple quarters, or it's rarely just all at once. But that's still significant. No, Dara, I don't think so. I think we're still very well on track.
Did it work, that fake news on Kadena?
What do you mean?
But did price react?
I've not.
It's too
Honest-
early to have that news. It just got delisted. That doesn't make sense. Price should have doubled, expecting it to. Well, you know, if market cap is, well, basically they're buying whole Kadena, right? If market cap is 20 million and they say they're gonna buy 20 million, well, invest 20 million in the network or whatever they're investing in, then
Remember, their
speculators
whole
are-
thing was that they were insolvent and they didn't want to close the project because they wanted to leave it open for somebody else to be able to come in and take it over. Well, to me, that's kind of what it sounds like. That they found somebody to carry the torch, I guess. You're gonna have to prove it to me.
Yeah, which is why I'm wondering if price moved. I was in the middle of a StarCraft game, but I think price hasn't moved yet.
It becomes more important for ETH as ETH starts to outperform. So as we move into that from Bitcoin season to ETH season, like we're right on the border, the more that happens, the more important the CME gap for Ethereum becomes. Because they'll have increased trading volume. But yeah, till now, we haven't paid attention to it at all. I've only even drawn the CME gap for Ethereum, the weekend trap for Ethereum, for like the past 3 weekends. It wasn't worth it before that.
We need ETH like at 8K to have it an ETH season. Damn.
All-time
I
high
think-
is all we need. All-time high and consolidate. I'll be out of Ethereum
Or it
way
needs to
before
drop to 8.
way before 8K. I'm only targeting 6 or 7 on ETH. 6 or 7 from
But
13.
you know
It's
the funny
more
part.
than good
It's
enough for
already
me.
reached. It already reached 6-7K if your ETH was staked
6, 7.
last 3 years. Yeah. Yeah, because you got 15% APY during 3 years, right? So the value of your position went higher than 5,000 with the APY. Right?
All I know is at 1300, everybody was calling me a fool for even looking at Ethereum.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was dead. Ethereum was
The
dead. We
downtrends
were all
eventually
complete idiots.
they have to at least slow down eventually.
Yeah.
Look, KDA slowed down its dump down there, right? Like now it's stable around 6 cent or wherever it's at. So even in the worst case, Luna slowed down its dump in the end when it was 1 cent. So
MST, we gotta wait to get a top on ETH before I can responsibly even talk about bottom numbers. I can tell you that I do expect 80%, 75, 80% drop on Ethereum during the bear market.
so lower than last time. Oh.
It's gonna depend on how high we pump.
Are you still bullish on 2026 or not at all?
We'll see. I mean, I'm really targeting Christmas, and then
Yeah, I know.
I'll wait. I'll wait and see at that point. But okay, so let's say, just for shits and giggles, that we get to 6 on Ethereum, just to have something to work off of. $75% retracement would be 1,500. 80% would be 1,000. Now, if we go to 7,000, right, then we're looking at 2,200 for 70%.
Remove 30%
1,300 for
because in
80.
4 years it gives you 30% more coins.
If we go to 5,000, my own log. Why is it giving me negative numbers? Oh, my bad. That's why. Take us down to like $1,000 ETH.
So
None of that breaks our
almost double.
lows. Yeah, none of that really breaks our lows. Our lows was 750, 720. But that would be unheard of to get that close to a prior bull market's lows. The last bear market, our lows were $77, and we went to 750, right? So a 10x from that.
Yeah, but the run up has been nothing like 2020.
Yeah,
It did 100x there almost.
I'll
So.
put it at 6,500, between 6 and 7. What I'm thinking is 6, 7. So that brings
6,
us
7.
to, yeah, under 2K.
On your M2 chart, M2 was declining starting from the 1st of November. Am I correct?
Yeah, November 1st to the 7th.
So would it make sense to you for Bitcoin to drop coming FOMC?
Like I said, this is our underlying liquidity. It doesn't mean price drops. It just means if we don't have FOMO, the natural tendency is going to be to retrace. If FOMC creates some sort of FOMO that pumps, then we'll see. But my plan is to DCA out on Halloween and then to get back into positions. But the reason that I was shooting for an ETH all-time high before Halloween is because if we don't get an ETH all-time high here, then we're going to have to get it here. And if we get it here, that means that we're already mid-November by the time other alts can start to pump, and nobody wants that. Right? Everybody wants their lower market cap shit to pump sooner. For that, ETH needs to break all-time high and hold for Halloween. If not, it's not time for rotation yet. You're just going to hold on to ETH bags. Obviously, you can sell off, buy back, do whatever you want, whatever tickles your fancy. But the rotation into those top 10, top 20 alts won't start until ETH hits all-time highs.
Yeah, I don't know if you follow any of Cohen, his thought process.
Yeah, he's decent with macro.
So if Bitcoin should lead the way and should start pumping first, everything will be pushed down the line like crazy.
That's the question. No, it depends because we're right on the cusp of Ethereum taking over. So there is a chance that ETH makes a push for all-time high and Bitcoin makes a push for all-time high, but Ethereum
Okay.
outperforms. If Ethereum outperforms Bitcoin to all-time highs, then dominance will start to take a drop sooner. If Bitcoin outperforms Ethereum to all-time highs, then dominance will pop. So it just depends on how much money comes into that rotation, and we don't know that yet. We can assume, you know what I mean? But we won't know until it happens. Just be prepared for both, which is why I say don't get too far ahead of the rotation. Right, buying some top 10s that are low and starting those positions, in my opinion, is something I'm doing. It's not a big deal. But going into the mid caps and micro caps, anything underneath 10, 15, on these moves up for Bitcoin and Ethereum, on any retraces that they get, those are gonna get slaughtered. My opinion.
Yeah.
So it's not don't buy.
It's
It's not
proven.
don't buy cheap prices. It's just make sure you have money on the side and make sure that you are covering yourself.
It just seems that Ethereum is like heavily manipulated. They don't want it to outperform Bitcoin in some kind of way.
I think everybody's trying to make sure that they're out of their Bitcoin rotation and Ethereum before it goes. There's a lot of price suppression going on. But the good thing about price suppression is that it typically only happens for one reason. Because big money wants to load up and they haven't bought enough of the asset yet. It's the same thing that happened at 13. You remember the price suppression we had on Ethereum when we were at 13? 1300, 1400? Shit was
Wasn't
stuck.
trading back then.
Yeah,
Okay.
the shit was stuck. And the second that everybody loaded up, the second that all the institutions had all the Ethereum that they needed, the suppression stopped and we jumped up to 4K in a month.
Yeah, I know a trader is a very good trader and he's planning to short Ethereum from 4.3 to 3K. I don't know if that will play out, but that would be crazy.
What does USDT chart look like to you right now?
Just ranging. Bigger time frame.
You're like a fast food joint, man. Everything is ready. How?
Just ranging, man. We're waiting for that move down. We're waiting to break structure. We're waiting to come down to the bottom of that parabola, so we could start looking where Bitcoin is at that point. 'Cause those are the best times to TP. Look, every time we've hit this bottom line, top of the bull market, first top of the last cycle, second top of the last cycle, first big retracement of this cycle, second big retracement of this cycle. Now we're waiting for that pop up on Bitcoin and that pop down, excuse me, on USDT. What I liked about this move is the same as fear and greed, right? If we're here and we're waiting for price to do this to TP Bitcoin, then it's way better that we're up here now, right? There's more room to run. I would love to get to the top of the range again, honestly. Pop up, get to the top of the range, and then come down.
Do you know what value that would align with in Bitcoin?
Hmm?
Like top of the range, do you know what value that would align with in Bitcoin?
Nah, it would be hard to quantify that. I try to stay away from dollar to dollar comparisons, right? Because what we're really just looking for is like directionality, and exhaustion. But the same with M2, right? Like some people like to look at M2 and they're like, oh, well, where we're at right now looks like we'll get to 188. Like, I don't like to do that. But, oh, excuse me. But we could have a higher low.
Yeah, if we're talking about direction, it seems someone wants to go up.
Bitcoin was to come down and do something like that, and this will come up and do something like that.
That would skyrocket Bitcoin dominance, though.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The problem that we're having with dominance and USDT is that because of the Genius Act, we've got plenty of USDT in the system that's not meant to buy crypto with.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's going to be a problem in the future. It's not going to be as easy to do this going forward because they bring $10 trillion in stable coins in for commerce. Then the dominance on USDT is going to go crazy. But it's not going to reflect to like Bitcoin, right?
Like 70% dominance in the past is now more like 65 because of the increase in stables.
Yeah, we'll have to remove the stables. It's going to be the only real way to do it because it's going to keep increasing. So that percentage is going to keep changing. Eventually, we'll just have to remove stables completely from our calculation for Bitcoin dominance.
Do you know where dominance would be without stables?
We could figure it out. We have the technology.
Because maybe we're waiting for an alt season that already happened.
That's silly.
But won't the total market cap tell you what amount of stables is there? So the percentage wise.
That's the problem. That total market cap is going to get blown out. You bring $10 million in stables, $10 trillion in stables, we're going to have a $14 trillion market cap with prices exactly the same way they are right now, right? It's not going to reflect on crypto prices.
Oh no, it's the opposite. If USDC dominance, no, it's the opposite. Then it would show dominance higher than it actually is, right? Lower than it is when you remove
on
an
Bitcoin, but
increasing
USDT
USDC.
dominance is going way up. Something's wrong with this chart. Did I do something wrong? Bitcoin dominance minus USDT. Obviously did something wrong here.
Isn't it USDC, the Genius Act? It's also USDT.
It's all of it. Yeah, it's all of USDT, USDC. Well, either way, we're going to have to build that chart eventually.
But it makes the potential alt season even more explosive, right? Because if the current down move on dominance is explained by USDC dominance increasing and not altcoin dominance increasing, then we are actually even higher than what the Bitcoin dominance currently shows. Maybe it's at 75% already. Huh?
Yeah, this looks a lot. Yeah, I missed the D on the dominance. I didn't catch that. I appreciate it. So this is Bitcoin dominance minus USDT
7%.
dominance. And let's drop regular dominance on here.
USDC and USDT are 7% of market cap of total. So that would mean a dominance at 67%.
Stables dominance is like 8.4 at the moment, so it's a bit more than 7.
But it's saying we're at
there's Etana
55
and-
right now.
yeah.
That's excluding USDT.
Yeah. But it should be higher,
that's-
or lower.
Yeah, it's not the correct calculation, right? Because it's in percentage of total.
BTC.D minus USDT.D. But it
Divided
should
by
be
total.
higher, not lower.
No, it's lower because stablecoin dominance is a positive number and you subtract from Bitcoin dominance number.
Yeah, but this is Bitcoin dominance. This isn't total.
The sum of these percentages, 100%, represents total, right? Total market cap.
You got to take USDC out and got to take DAI out. Got to take USD1 out.
The thing is,
I'll work
how
at it
much
at
Bitcoin
another time
represents.
where I've eaten and my brain is working at full capacity.
It's Bitcoin
You just take
divided
the
by
market cap
total.
of Bitcoin, right? Market cap of Bitcoin, and then you subtract it by the market cap of crypto. That should be it.
Yeah, that should work easier, right? And if you
would
want
still
it in
have to
dominance,
remove
you divide by
stables.
total.
You would still have to remove all the stables. The point is to see what the dominance is without stables.
Is there something like total stables? So, like USDT dominance minus total stables?
I got it, guys. I'll deal with it.
I'll ask AI.
Ask AI 3 times.
Have you seen the AI competition?
Yeah, we've been following it. Let's see what we're at. DeepSeek still
GPT
in
is
the
almost
lead.
liquidated.
Yeah, these guys are horrible. ChatGPT and Gemini both need to stop. Grok is, I don't know what Grok did. Grok just hasn't changed its positions at all, man. The main problem I'm seeing is that they hold their positions way too long.
Yeah.
They take way too much of a drawdown. Right now it says DeepSeek is in the win, but the true winner is Gwen.
Because it took profit.
Yeah, it's already got 12K locked in. So it's already up to realized. Everybody else Let me see. Yeah, Grok only took 3K. GPT
Gemini
got
saying that Bitcoin.
1,300.
Yeah, Gemini saying that Bitcoin dominance, excluding stable coins, is around 65 to 70%.
Nah, ask it the same
It's
question 2 more times.
Yeah, right.
I'm just,
that
I have,
what you,
it's annoying as shit, but you have to, bro. You
I
have
feel
to.
you. Yeah. You spit out a new
They
answer.
just keep giving you different numbers, and you're like, all right, well, thanks for nothing, AI.
These AIs, they don't have proper risk management, right? Like it's
No.
impossible to
No.
build capital.
Honestly,
insane.
the one that has the best has been Quinn. And that's because
Mhm.
from the beginning of the competition, it went 20x long Bitcoin and nothing else. So at the
Yeah.
very least, it stayed with what was on rotation. Everybody else went heavy alts. Bitcoin too, but they went all the way across the alts. And look at Gemini. Gemini is now currently heavy short. Oh shit. Gemini's revenge trading, guys. In real time.
We are getting a little dip right now.
It shorted all its positions and it kept its negative long position. So not only is it revenge trading the whole drop, but it's revenge trading that XRP long.
That's hilarious, bro.
That's
All the way to
nuts.
0.
I mean, screw it, right? It's a competition. You either win or you lose.
It's the first AI trading with emotions.
You got $981 in the bank. You need to throw that in there too, bro. It's time to get cooking. Know what you're doing.
I mean, we have too little data to know if they actually stuck in trading.
Yeah. And there truly is no standout yet, right? Like Zusi was saying, the distribution is pretty even, right? 2 losers, 2 in the middle, 2 outperforming. But it is hard to fight a Bitcoin only strategy when Bitcoin is
Dominated.
60% dominance. I mean, it's just, common sense. And as you can see, playing with the alts, right, will give you outperformance for a while because the Bitcoin trade was running flat while they were having fun over here, but they didn't TP, right? DeepSeek TP'd, changed its positions. Grok held, still holding. Oh, there's the exit. What's the exit plan? All right, the exit plan for Grok: stop at 112, target 116. I mean for Quinn. Invalidation. Oh, they got invalidations and everything. Invalidation is a 4-hour close underneath 111, or the 50 EMA on the 4-hour. That's a solid strategy, bro. Not for nothing. Let's see what DeepSeek is working with here. Let's check Bitcoin. What's the strat? Look at look at DeepSeek's invalidation. Right, target 118, stop 102. Invalidation if price closes below 105 on a 3-minute candle. Jesus. All of the invalidations are the same. Price closes under 180 on the 3-minute candle. Price closes under 1,000 on a 3-minute candle.
If DeepSeek has like partial profit taking into the coding, it could be a real good.
Yeah, they need
option.
to be taking profit. Like, I don't understand. Like, what is there like some, like what, little AI outfit that you want to buy? Or is it like an AI Lamborghini that you're saving? Why are you not taking profits? Like, I don't understand. Right? Like, it's a program. It should know to just lock profits in, take profits in. There should be no emotion. keeping it in
Well,
the
do they have a
trade.
time limit of when they have to like finish, or what's the time limit?
I guess the motive, it's interesting, but it seems like a lot of the emotion, or quote unquote, because remember we're talking about AI agents, but a lot of the emotional decisions we're seeing is because they're fighting against each other, because they're aware that they're in a competition.
Is the competition first to get a certain amount of money, or how much you have
I
by
think it's a
certain time?
certain. I think it's by a certain time, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody can
'Cause
correct
that,
me
yeah,
on that.
that's an interesting. That's the important factor right there.
Yeah, I think it's by a
The
certain
time is
time.
when GPT is liquidated.
Yeah. Or they run, that'd be cool
That's when it
too.
ends.
If they did it like a battle royale and they just ran it until there was
Yeah.
only one man standing.
But imagine like DeepSeek is gonna end on like 100K and all the rest are like, I mean, imagine if some of the AI is like just having some crazy number before one of them dies.
Yeah. The crazy thing is right now that there's really nobody set up. Oh, I'm lying. All right. ChatGPT is sort of set up to be able to make a move if Bitcoin goes up. It's 40x long. Like, this is the first 40x I see in the entire competition. I didn't even think that it was within their parameters to go 40x. But it's 40x long on Bitcoin. So if we were to get a strong Bitcoin only move, then it could make up some ground, I guess. And Claude, Sonnet, I don't know what the hell they're doing, bro. They're long XRP and Sol, 8x and 10x.
Do you think this is the future for trading?
Nah, I mean, I think this is a benchmark that will be used. Right, AI agents.
Because once it becomes meta, it won't work anymore, right?
Yeah, these AI, these large language models, right? They're always looking for benchmarks that they can use to prove that they're better than other. And as far as I know, this is the only real world benchmark where AI is competing against actual humans and each other. So I would imagine in the future, all new LLMs will sort of get put through a similar sort of task. What they don't have is intuition, right? What they don't have is, and you can see it here, right? Like, even the way that Grok and DeepSeek counter traded the sentiment, I'm pretty sure they only counter traded the sentiment because counter trading is an established, you know, like most people, you
What
either
is
counter trade the sentiment or you go with it. But ChatGPT and Gemini went with the sentiment hardcore and just shorted everything because the sentiment was so bearish.
what does your intuition say? Do we see range high on Bitcoin or 100K?
No, I don't think we go to 100K unless something bad, really bad happens tomorrow at the meeting.
Okay.
I think that we're staging for a push.
Because the problem is, I don't see any strength in the push ups. It seems very corrective.
Well, it's this push, this push here
Yeah.
on its own, right, doesn't mean much. The higher low is
Okay.
what's going to bring the structure to this. Right? We did have a corrective move up. I think the problem that a lot of people are having is that perspective thought versus retrospective thought, right? Like, if you think about it retrospectively and you think, okay, we're getting close to the end of the cycle, time-wise, we're almost there. You start comparing the last cycle to this cycle, right? All of that, in my opinion, can make you very bearish. And it's not, it should be done. You know, you should look at old cycles and look at timing. But if you look at prospectively and you look at what's happening right now with liquidity, and what's happening with the monetary policy and how things are staging up, how slow the business cycle's been to take off. I honestly don't see how anybody could think it's over already.
No, I agree. I do think
4-star putting
one
it
more
in all
dip into
caps
fear.
doesn't make it true, bro. It just makes the letters big.
Too little, too late. These small companies are bankrupt. Eaten by the big ones.
And we've taken advantage of every single move, 4-star. Only time you come in here is when there's a red candle. Very.
So yeah,
Well, I
I
appreciate
overlaid
the
Bitcoin
engagement, bro.
dominance. Sorry.
Nah, go ahead, you're good.
I overlaid Bitcoin dominance with without the stablecoins and the typical dominance, and overall they follow each other. It doesn't seem like there's a big divergence going on there. But it reached 72%, and we're currently at 65. So when you don't count stables, Bitcoin's dominance in June was at 72% of market cap.
That's crazy. Crypto's mad easy then, huh? You just set an alarm on your calendar, 4-star. That's how this works. I've been wasting years of my life.
Is there any flaws in the theory? Just buy fear
Not
in
really.
crypto?
Not for long-term investors.
Yeah.
Bro, if you know me, you know that I believe in the cycle theory more than you do. That doesn't mean that on the date when clock strikes midnight that it's time to go, brother. You got to be able to take in new data when it's presented.
Yet the bear market bottom.
You don't have to. I mean, if you've been here for 3 years, then by all means enjoy your gains.
Yet bear market bottom date was pinpoint the same width, right, as the previous one.
Yeah.
I've sent you a video in DM, by the way, Dbloc. It's from Jesse Eckel. I don't know if you know the name.
No, but I'll check it out. What do you
It's
think?
just
The bear
basically-
market disappears 4-star because this runs a month longer than it's supposed to or something? You think the bear market just goes away? I admire your conviction, but I smell some emotion behind it. I hope you're right too, though. But I hope that you're hedging against being wrong. Dude, you're LMFAOing. Are you really laughing your ass off right now in your house, or are you being emotional? Because reading your text, it just sounds emotional. It sounds like you've got a lot riding on being right.
They're not worth your time,
I respect everybody's opinion. All I say in general is that hedge against being wrong. For your own sake.
It is pretty funny to hear you roast them, though.
Yeah.
He's gonna see extreme greed and he's gonna say this is gonna continue forever.
I mean, it was a little bit about how you were writing, and now it's just how much you're protesting the whole emotional word. It seems like it triggered you or something. We're humans, bro. Humans have emotions. It's cool. I'm just saying, when you're talking about positions or you're trying to convey your idea on what's happening, if you leave emotion out of it, it's usually received better.
Dbloc, do you have any plans for the earning reports to make use of the opportunities?
I'm not really looking at anything on legacy right now. I mean, maybe I'm messing up by not, but I'm not focused over there right now too much. I mean, I obviously want earnings to be good just because of how it will affect us, but it just seems
Oh, it
so hot
doesn't.
over there, right? It just seems way too hot over there right now.
It doesn't really affect us on the daily time frame because the correlation factor is exactly at 0 on the daily. So
Yeah.
it's really doing something else. It's doing something else. It's negative even on smaller time frames.
Yeah, I'm just looking at maybe markets who are trending to trade more than looking at these up and downs. It's kind of making me
I wonder if we
tired of
could
the...
get. If we have inverse correlation, then Powell cutting rates could end up in a Bitcoin pump but a legacy dump. Because with free money back, inflation might rise again, and you might want to hedge against inflation coming back by owning
Why would TradFi
Bitcoin.
dump in Q4?
A 0.5 would be bad, guys. I can tell you right now. There's a couple of things that could make things go bad. The Bank of Japan raising rates, bad. If we were to cut by 0.5 tomorrow and QT and Powell gets on the stage looking nervous and shit, bad news. I know it doesn't sound like bad news, but
ending QT is bad.
A heavy cut can signal panic to the market.
Damn, bro.
Like, people start to think, oh, they must see something. You know what I mean? Like, why would they just suddenly cut 0.5? There's a lot of layoffs.
But because too little, too late.
But
again.
that's exactly what that says to people. Yeah. When people see that, they think, oh, they're panicking, which means the chances of them actually bringing this to a nice, comfy landing are probably not there. Let's get out of the way.
We have proof in the chart. Russell is failing price discovery while everything else.
I don't honestly. We've got Powell, and I know people hate Powell, but because it's Powell, I don't expect that. This new guy that they're gonna put in, I don't know. I've gotten used to like a boring Fed chair that doesn't, react to shit, overreact to shit.
He'll probably continue the same policy, overall.
Yeah, definitely. That's the problem, Go. If the Bank of Japan raises rates, that's gonna increase carry trade fears. Now, I welcome that, like 2 months from now. They're gonna have to. right? They're 1000% gonna have to raise rates eventually. They can't. Their economy needs it. But I'm hoping that we're in a bear market when that happens.
How do you hedge, D? Do you use exchanges to short, or what do you do?
No, I'll either go into a defensive player. I'll just go in the stables.
But you don't short anything in the market.
No, I plan on shorting IBIT and MicroStrategy though, and probably a good amount of these. I'm gonna look for weakness when it comes to the Bitcoin Treasury, ETH Treasury companies. Any signs of wobbling, that's what I'll be targeting. I just think that what they have to unwind is gonna be a lot more dramatic than anything in crypto, and I don't trust crypto exchanges to trade leverage on. More now than ever, honestly.
When you sell Bitcoin and you're sitting in stables and waiting to buy back, that's some sort of a short.
Yeah. Or if you're just counter trading another asset that stronger. Nah, anything is
So when
possible,
you
guys. When I tell you what I think is going to happen and I explain why I think it's going to happen, I'm not a psychic, bro. You know? So anybody that thinks the cycle is over has the right to think it's over. But when people get emotional and start dropping the LOLs and start, you know, it's like, slow down, buddy.
Why not fake out the confirmation that the bear market is over? If you want it to be really crazy, let's go wick below 101.
weekly close, that's crazy.
It's funny, we said it the other day though when we were popping up. We're like, there's a very obvious absence of bears in the chat right now. Not bear, you know, bear trolls, I guess we could call them. We've got bull trolls and we got bear trolls. Bull trolls are the same. Bull trolls are the ones when it's going up parabolic and people are getting liquidated on shorts and they're like, ah, stupid bears. Unless you only trade in one direction, it's dumb. Because you're literally a bear that just hasn't taken profit yet, or you're a bull that hasn't bought back in. I think what it is that they like to troll. That's all. They know new people are in here and new people are emotional and they want to come in here and poke them.
Well, it's 2026. People like to identify one thing one day and something else the next day. I mean, when you take profit, you can't be bullish, right? Short term, you got to be bearish if you took profit.
Yeah.
Wait, D, I want to lay out this scenario for you. I want to know what you think. What if the bear market started already? The top is in, and now the housing bubble comes next year, and the rate increases in Japan. What happens to crypto? Like, that's triple bad news.
That's great. Listen, once we take profit at the top of this bull market, we welcome all bad news. Drew, they don't know me with my bear suit on, bro. That's the problem.
Yeah,
They don't know me with my bear suit on. Listen, once I pull that hood up on my bear suit and I put it on nice and tight for the bear market, yeah, we bring on all FUD. Like, I'm looking for every sign of weakness.
Yeah, the quicker it is, the better it is for spot traders.
Of course, it's more money, and it's more money for us, right? Like you want the bear market to be as bad as possible. One, either you're shorting and great because that means you're printing it if it's horrible, or you're waiting to buy your favorite asset at lower prices. So it's like,
BB,
all
I'm
right, bring it, drop it, let's go.
You're
give us a black
mainly
swan.
searching for the low prices. That's your pursuit.
This is why I'm so excited about this bull market. Listen, 2008 we had the housing bubble. 2000 we had an equities bubble, right, with .com. Bitcoin has never been through the housing crisis. Bitcoin was born at the beginning of the last housing crisis, right? We're about to have a multi-sigma bubble pop for the first time ever, where you have equities, crypto, and real estate all popping within the same year.
And it's for sure next year.
I'm licking my chops for some low prices. Yeah, well, see, equities and crypto will find a floor before housing does. Housing will continue to be bad probably until like 2030 if it works
Yes,
the same way as it did in like 2008, right? So we'll have one run down to the bear, one more run up to the top of the bull, and then when we're at the top of the bull, housing should be at the bottom, and those profits, bing bang boom.
So we really need to go into fiat, right? Not stables this time, because USDT will probably depeg if something like that was to happen.
I mean,
because it's
I
backed
will
by
I will
housing, right?
probably trust a smaller percentage of the portfolio to stables.
Yeah, same for USDC and.
Wait, why is it? Can you explain? I don't
But
understand.
it's backed by housing.
But why would
Safer.
USDT is
It'd
backed
be safer
by.
to stay in cash.
Well,
if,
it's
you know,
housing,
if it,
but also remember bonds. So what happens when when quantitative easing starts, and it'll start to try to bring down the pain of the housing market going down. The government buys back bonds, and the biggest bond holders are stables. So we don't know yet, right? But that sort of uncertainty makes me feel like, okay, maybe 50-50 stables and cash, and then those stables diversified across at least USDC and USDT. But if you think about it logically, right? If they're going to print and they're going to use that money to buy bonds, number one and number two bond holders are USDC and USDT, right? They're getting paid
So
off
they
of the
should be fine. Right?
it should be fine.
Yeah.
Knock on
Wait,
wood.
what is the fear here? Because
And
housing collapse,
if
USDT can disappear.
they're being used for commerce, whether it's a bull market or a bear market, right? People are still going to be buying stuff online. They'll still be. I think it'll be fine. The fear is that you get something that's backing, right? The stable coins are backed by. Now it's mostly cash and bonds. It's not as bad as it was during the last one. There was a lot of housing, and then if housing goes down and what's back in the stables goes down, then you can depeg. And then when a coin depegs, people freak out because their dollar's now worth 95 cents, and they sell, and then the rush on the bank, basically, yeah, that's the horror, everybody's biggest fear. But I'm telling you, bro, this move that stables made to go from the most hated, most targeted sort of enemy of the state to the most crucial, most needed, responsible for paying back the majority of the debt over the next 20 years, biggest holders of bonds. Like, it's crazy, bro. That shit's gonna have to be studied.
It's the only thing that saved the dollar, basically. Like the dollar was out the window. Now they're like, wait, there's a glimpse of light right now that something might save us and save the US dollar. And they're saying it's a stable coin.
I wish you could go back to the old channel and find some of the old talks in the middle of the night when we used to have that fight about, is crypto gonna kill the dollar or save the dollar? And we used to talk about, my argument was it'd be crazy if it saved the dollar, but I wasn't thinking stables. What I was thinking was, as long as Bitcoin's denominated in dollars, if Bitcoin goes where it's going, then instead of a petrodollar, you'd have like a Bitcoin dollar. But I mean, the stable thing was a whole avenue I didn't even think of. That ensures that no presidency that comes up can really attack them, because if you're shooting yourself in the foot, right? It's not going to be one
Yeah.
of those policies that every next president could either get rid of it and blah blah blah. Like they made
Well, as long
themselves, you know, irreplaceable.
Yeah, as long as it has a direct relation with the real tender, I think, they're like, okay, but if it's a stable coin that just has its own algorithm and there's no real direct connection with the tender itself, that's what I think,
Yeah.
the government would be like, hell no, you guys are not doing anything like that. If you guys want to connect and be pegged to this dollar, you have to have authorization, and it has to be really direct relation with the US dollar.
That's why the Genius Act only it only applies to stable coins that are backed by the US dollar.
Yep. Yeah, things are going to get so interesting. Dude, this USD1 is cooking too, though.
Yeah, it's already high in the coin market cap. It's crazy.
You know,
Yeah,
USDE.
USD1.
Sorry.
You're good. Yeah, I think USD1 is probably going to be really big now that Solana is pushing it. And now I think Solana has Western Union that are settling their transactions now on Solana. They want to do some experiments with that. And I know they're using a different stable coin, but for some reason, I think USD1 is going to get incorporated because Solana and Radium have been pushing USD1 a lot.
While looking for the Bitcoin dominance formula, I checked USDE market cap, and that thing reached 20 billion at high. It's like 1/3 of USDC market cap. It's crazy.
For me, I
I
need to
guess-
see I need to see a stable coin make it through a bull market and a bear market
Yeah, that's true.
before I can, at least with my own money. You know what I mean? Like,
But if it's a stable coin that's basically coming out of the administration, and I mean, I don't know if they're allowed to have government backing like that. World Liberty Financial, I guess it has to have some kind of separation of government, but it still indirectly has that government backing, I think,
I
which
don't
is
know,
going to give it
man.
a little success.
They're one smart lawyer away.
Yeah, everything's one smart.
You know, it's just one smart lawyer away from connecting shit that shouldn't be connected, and you know, give it
Is
some
anyone here
time.
doing airdrops, by the way?
I haven't for a while. I cashed in on a couple airdrops. By the way, you're running out of time to get that Moonbird. If you have a Solana Seeker phone, we get a free Moonbird. I don't know if anybody in here has it, but
I don't even know what that
I
is.
got
bro.
mine. I got mine already.
they're hyping up these Moonbirds to be
Moonbirds.
like the next Pudgy Penguins.
Oh,
They had a pretty big run when what's his name showed it on his show. What was his name? Not David Letterman. Other dude. I forget his name.
I don't
I'm
think it's
glad I
too
What is
forgot
late.
his name.
I
Actually.
don't think it's too late to get the phone shot. I don't know how much it costs right now though. What dude are you talking about? I didn't even know anybody was selling it. I saw
Oh
it
yeah,
on
last
some
cycle,
NFT show.
right after everyone was taking profit on Bored Apes, that came out and pumped really, really hard after Bored Apes, and it was
so it's a coin. What is the ticker?
It's a
no, it's not a
NFT.
coin, NFT.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it was already really big. I mean, they got really expensive too last round.
Yeah, the problem with getting the phone now, y'all, and I don't. If anybody got a phone recently, then let me know. But the airdrops that we got for getting the phone before, like the Mew and all of that, like I don't know if that's gonna still be there. I think you had to have had the phone and had the Genius. I mean, there's still more airdrops to come, and that secret token is dropping soon. I think Solana phone holders are gonna get a piece of that too. But for me, the
If you're in
phone's
India-
already free. Like I've already recouped the price of the phone in airdrops. I just don't know if
If you're in
that's
India-
there for new buyers. You know what I mean?
If you're in India, don't bother because they can't ship it to you. Some government issue.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I got the phone, Connor. Solana Seeker website is where you would get it. Just go to the Twitter and go to the links on the Twitter. But you get what's kind of cool about the phone is that seedless vault. They say it's seedless, but there is a seed. You just don't opt for all the free convenient shit. But you get a Seeker ID, like a .eth but a .skr for Soul wallets. So that's free with it. There's a couple of other little goodies. The phone itself,
I use mine as a ledger, basically.
yeah, it's not really a daily driver. Like I can't, I wouldn't see being able to like just use it for everything. What I did is I downloaded all of my apps on there, all of my exchange apps. It's like a crypto phone.
Are you farming base token by any chance?
I'm not currently, but I should have some points already. Did they announce how far back the look back is on it?
I just read a report about from a group that were really bullish on it, but I don't know too much about it, to be honest.
I gotta look in to see how far back they're looking. But I made a lot of I've bought a couple things on base and I've bridged some things back and forth. I always knew that they were gonna drop a coin, and to this day I'm like, look, they can keep saying no, but they're going to, and eventually they're gonna go back and reward people that have been moving around on base. Watch me not get shit. That's how Drew. If there's a base airdrop and I don't get any, they officially hate me, bro. It's personal at that point. It's
Yeah,
not
if I
even.
was you, man,
It's not
I
even a
wouldn't give up
glitch
getting
no
on the
more.
platform.
But you know, for
Like,
3 years I dealt with that shit, bro. It's not like
yeah,
I
but now
just
since they
gave up.
figured it out, I mean, since you kind of figured it out, you might as well
I
just.
thought I figured it out, and then the same exact thing happened again. I was so happy when the dude told me, bro, just just delete the account and start a new account. I was like, what? I could just do that easy? So that means that it's attached. Whatever the problem is attached to my ID, which means I'm flagged in the system for being awesome.
I would try again.
I'll run it through AI or something and see if they come up with something that I haven't thought of.
Yeah, definitely.
MetaMask token is another one, RH. I've been saying it for years. It's expensive to bridge on MetaMask. It is, I understand. But if there's ever a MetaMask token, they're gonna reward people who have like heavy usage on on the actual app. I've gotta look into it, Tonka, to see what it is, but usually it's like deposits, bridging, just buying stuff, using the dApps. We're talking about Coinbase, Connor.
How was your birthday, by the way, D?
It was good, man.
Nice.
Good, it was good. So my best guess on what it is, because there's only a couple people that have the same problem that I've run into. CryptoFace is one of them, and there's a couple of other. But what we all have in common is that we were on Coinbase with old wallets. So the best idea that we've come up with is that when Tornado Cash went down, when the Fed locked down Tornado Cash, Coinbase must have done something to flag wallets that use tumblers. And if you had an old Coinbase wallet or an old Bitcoin wallet, 9 times out of 10, coins that came through there were tumbled at one point or another, even if you didn't do it, right? And it wasn't even illegal, so it's not even like, even if you did tumble it, there's nothing wrong with that. So that's the only thing that I can think of that everybody has in common, right? That everybody that is having the same problem has in common. Nah, Solana phone doesn't have any of my information. I don't know.
That's what you think.
Right. Well, at least I didn't give it any of my information. Let me fix that. All right, so we're digging into this CME drop a little bit. We could bring this down a little lower now.
Probably knows what you're going to order for food tomorrow.
And tell me, because it always takes me forever to figure it out. That'd be great if your shit can just start being predictive. Be like, you want this. Be like, you know what? You're right. I do want that.
I bet DeepSeek knows.
Yeah, you could just have DeepSeek like randomize your foods. You know my style. What should I eat today?
A meal and a trade setup, please.
It wouldn't be hard, bro. All they'd have to do is look at your Uber Eat order history and then just hit it with some RNG, maybe put a little bit of deep thinking on it, days of the week sort of thing. Let's get rid of this 50% of the vector mark in the way.
Did you ever use a software like ATAS or ATAS?
What was that? What a software?
Yeah, software. I'm in a group now, and it's from the guy Daniel from Draw Champions, and he uses ATAS a lot. I don't know if you know the software. It's to look at order flow, the naked
Oh, it's
point
so.
of controls.
Oh, okay, okay. No, I mean, there's a lot of them. I use similar ones. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's always new ones, which is cool. I'm always looking for free ones because the
I think
paid
it's free for
ones.
crypto actually.
Yeah, the paid ones that I use, it's cool, but I don't like to show shit on the chart that people can't use. Because it doesn't do you any good, right? I want you can replicate exactly what you see and look at all the same shit that we're looking at. I'll look into it. Yeah. I'll do some research today. I'll put that on my to-do list. The one that I know that's free right now is Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka AI is currently free. I've run it side by side. I run it side by side with like Bookmap and Smart Charts. It's basically the same.
I've sent you the platform.
Okay. Alright, give me a second. I'll be right back. Let me go see if the shit got here already.
Well, Asia Open brought 20 Bitcoin market buy. Woohoo! I mean, I guess it's better than 0, but maybe we're starting something. Shanghai exited its bear market angular a month ago now.
So you're gonna all push up for every time you say bear market.
China is in a bear market still, yeah.
I'm
It's
kidding.
exiting it. It's exiting it. No, but it's good. Hey, if you want price to continue pumping, then we need people to think bearish and be in shorts, and like at least we can get a short squeeze out of this bull run. You know?
Is crypto still forbidden in China?
Not to
It
my
never was.
knowledge, no.
I heard something like this, but then I also hear all the time that the Chinese pump up the prices. So
Yeah, it was never banned.
oh, okay.
But the problem is Americans dumped China, right? By deciding to constrain it and exit the country, you sent them in a bear market. And that was in 2015, 2016. It's a while ago. It's been 10 years now. America decided to invest
They're
less
not
in China and
they're
exit
not
China,
struggling
basically.
though, right?
Oh, but the stock
I've seen
market.
I've seen
When
a research recently from Bravos Research, and their economic growth per year is higher than America, and it's because they just find new partners better than America can.
maybe deflation explains a bit their underperformance, but when you look at Shanghai's index, SSE ticker is just ticker is beautiful because it's 0.00001.
Okay.
SSE composite index. It's Shanghai Stock Exchange. I think it's. I'm not sure if it's like US 500 or it's more like Nasdaq. Maybe I should do some research into what it is exactly, but it's probably like the top 500 companies in China. And yeah, looking on big time frames, it had a huge run in 2008.
And how informed are you about the Japan situation with the rates?
Oh, not at all.
Because if that happens, we can say goodbye to the bull market, or not. It's not for sure.
For me, nothing is forever for sure. People expect upside because of rate cuts. I don't know. We'll see.
Are you French, by the way?
Yeah.
Living in France?
Yes. You too?
Okay. I'm your northern neighbor.
Oh, Belgium.
À Bruxelles.
Bruxelles, okay. No, I've heard of it many times here. Well, Dbloc mentioned it a lot. I don't remember when, but maybe that dump to 75k was a bit about that Japan rate stuff. I forgot which downtrend was about that, but it makes sense that they hike once America cuts. It just makes sense.
I'm
I
just
don't know why
basing
it
off
makes sense.
the big dumps we had in the past. Was usually followed by 1 week even lower than that one. So
yeah,
I would not be surprised if we visit like 100 or 98k. Would align with a lot of stuff in the charts.
Yeah,
I'm not
fill the
seeing.
week we left.
Yeah. Until we
On
like really
Bitcoin, it's
move
not
up
too far.
impulsively.
It's just 10% down. But on these alts, it's going to be carnage. It's going to be carnage again.
I believe so. That's why I'm taking a long on Bluefin on BTC dominance.
I can't be bearish as long as we're above 108. Screw it. Well, I can't be bearish below it either, but I should be. But Bitcoin is above 108 right now. Total market cap is also above the previous high, so we still have like momentum to the upside, at least on Bitcoin.
I just want to see like a real impulsive move upwards to believe we're gonna sustain above all-time highs on Bitcoin. If we're gonna chop upwards, I expect another drop, just like we've seen.
Well, it's the point of going sideways for months now, right? We had the tariff scare. We managed to then break out higher, and now we're ranging higher than before. And that range, will either exit eventually to the upside or will exit to the downside. We could do both too, with some fake outs. But eventually one of the two will win big, and time-wise, it's the short that will win big, because even if we pump to 180k, yeah, it will come back here, right?
And how many cons are you allocated?
Plenty, but most of them are really airdrops or just $100 here and there. Like, they really don't represent much because of how high Bitcoin dominance is.
There's a very nice
Mainly
stopping volume candle on the 15-minute. By the way, my bad. I just got back.
Yeah, it's Asia.
Good
Let's go
morning.
Asia. Come on, China, pump us up. But no, it's mainly Mantle is my main altcoin. It's been like that for years now.
Mental.
Yeah, MNT.
Okay, let's see.
It had an amazing run too. That's why on some of these coins you feel like bull market is over and we're starting to retrace. We're gonna get another attempt, but it's just gonna put a lower high. Right? Mental reached $3 almost, and I could see it go back up to 2.5.
That's the luxury we get for being here early. Right, because like even if God forbid the rest of this shit was to go bad, it's like we already ate. People that came into this thing in the last year, they need something to happen right now, Okay, well,
I haven't
yeah,
sold on
that's true. That's true
spot.
too. That's true too.
So I didn't sell on spot, but I had a 3-year-long trade going on Mental from below the chart. So my long was from below the chart.
I fear the conversations we're gonna have in the bear market, man.
No, wait. The story is fun.
You're gonna sell though. You plan on selling.
I don't
you
know.
do.
We'll see.
I had more frère.
So Mental. So I longed it 3 years ago when Bitcoin hit bear market bottom at 15.5 on leverage, 5x. Nothing crazy, and I got wrecked, and eventually I got the bottom on this. Really, literally bear market bottom. It's below the chart on Mental because Mental wasn't called Mental back then; it was called Bit. But then when they migrated Bit to MNT, we didn't have to close positions. We connected, and Bybit automatically moved your position to the next contract. Right? Well, it was the same one getting renamed, I guess.
Yeah.
So I was long from lower than what you see in the chart on leverage, which is kind of fun. And I had a TP at 267. That was set 3 years ago. And I saw it pump to $1, come back down to 40 cents, pump to 80 cents, put a lower high, come back down again to 40 cents. All of that doing nothing.
Wait, so you went all in on Bit?
Yeah, it used to be
Not
Bit.
all in, but it was not all in, but yeah, it was significant, yeah.
Tu aimes bien la Bit?
ETH is having a really nice recovery off the bottom of its CME gap.
But it's bit like Bitcoin, right?
Except that it already sort of did its job to the bottom, so.
Good. We needed that.
Nice W.
AI had a nice bounce this morning, huh? Shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Came back down, but it's gonna go back there.
Co-AI? Which
no,
AI?
Not co-AI. I'm just talking about AI. Like Tau, Virtuals had a nice push this morning. There's a bunch of them. AI agents had some news. That's why.
I need to get more Tau.
Yeah, Tau pushed up. What did it hit this morning? But it ripped up fast. I was like, oh boy.
Know how hard it is to buy this shit at $400, whatever price it is right now.
I'm finally out of Zcash completely.
Nice.
Did that last night.
Good shit though. That's good. Felt like you sad.
I feel bad actually being out of Zcash. It's been so good to me.
Nah. Get a trade.
But yeah, in the end, with those profits, I'm just buying the coin on spot now. And then yeah, Doge, of course. Doge is not that insignificant in my portfolio, I guess. ETH, some Sol.
Arrow is looking very good at the moment.
And then there's like 50 shit coins. Some of them are all delisted, got to zero.
Bad. Yeah, I look at the the market cap of like Zcash, and I'm like, oh, 6 billion, it's high. And I think, yeah, look at Doge. You get something like Doge with no use case, man, and
That's that's sort of the fallacy of market cap. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, the guys that think that they can go up to $1 trillion just don't understand math. But just because something's over a couple billion doesn't mean that it can't still move.
Yeah, it can definitely move.
People get scared away of the larger cap stuff.
You know, if you have no liquidity or you have a contract that cannot be sold but only bought, you could imagine infinite numbers as market cap. Huh?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that.
Yeah, I don't think this is the start of anything crazy here. When the sessions start, guys, the first like 10, 15 minutes, but this is true of almost every, like, especially 4-hour candles. On the daily, the first hour of trading, it's just volatility from algos kicking in, shit like that. When sessions come in, you get some volatility, but you gotta let it sort of just pan out. We just hadn't seen a green vector for a very long time.
Imagine 1.4 billion Chinese people just had their stock market open and they look at what happened during the night in America and they see that Nasdaq pumped again another 1% or whatever it did, right? So it probably gives them a bit more bullish sentiment than bearish sentiment, no?
Yeah. A good morning.
Yeah. Oh, no, maybe they'll reverse and just dump. I don't know, but at least they had a green open. Yeah. Catching up to Nasdaq or SPY. They're very behind, by the way. I'm telling you that.
That catch-up trade is going to be one for the ages.
And then India opens next, right?
Out of the big markets,
But it's 1 billion people too. India, maybe it'll become a big market one day. Huh?
Yeah, one day. One day I'll have it marked on my chart.
But there's a lot of American, but you know so that exodus from China.
Hey, don't
went
feel
into
bad.
India.
I feel the same way about the Australians. Okay, somebody comes in and said the Australian market just opened. I'm like, woohoo.
But it shows risk on or risk off. Right?
Yeah. I'm just being
Indian
funny.
stock
It
market
does.
is,
it's worth looking at.
It's you know, it's emerging country, like risky buy, but potentially a bit more return. And when you see how much it performed recently, it went crazy. India did like 20x up or something like that. It pumped like hell these last 5 years because yeah, the idea was to. I mean, even Apple was talking about moving from China to India and stuff like that. Now they didn't do it, of course, but you know, overall the bet was that that would become the center of the world now. But it failed, of course, because India, well, yeah, it's retracing.
There's problems. There's issues. Yes. This move up on ETH, in my opinion, what it did is give us a little bit of room so that if Bitcoin comes down to clear the rest of CME, ETH doesn't have to go too much lower than that. ETH psychological low is at 3919 though. Just as a heads up. Bitcoin psychological low is within the CME gap. A stopping volume candle on what? Bitcoin? 5 minute? No. At least not on the perp chart.
Oh, actually, it's back at all-time highs. India. I hadn't looked for a while. And the total market cap is 5 trillion for Indian stock market. So crypto is actually as big as the Indian stock market, yeah, roughly.
Well, we can get them all to buy Bitcoin, then I'll give them I'll give them a special place on the chart once a day.
Well, if their stock market pump, they're rich, maybe they can help contribute. Yeah.
They're buying Labubus like everybody else, bro. Buying Labubus and gambling on apps.
Damn,
I saw
Nifty
some
is
of the
giving
money
a short too.
that's made its way through those gambling apps is insane.
So wait, Eve put a high low here, right? While Bitcoin gave a lower low. Interesting. Could I guess dominance went down in between? But in the charts, India is catching up to China. Well, it's even outperforming it quite a lot, yeah, since 2020. I wonder where they'll go after India is becomes expensive too.
What do you mean becomes expensive? It's overvalued, man.
It's overvalued now. Well, labor cost.
Sorry, what? What labor?
I was thinking about labor cost. Yeah,
I
once it
mean,
becomes a rich country, then we need to go elsewhere to make more money.
yeah, but you know how it is, right? The rich get richer. Well, the labor, who the damn cares? I mean, labor is also going up, but it's not in proportion to everything else, man.
Yeah, and that labor going up eventually is gonna reduce attractivity for these mega companies. So instead of building in India, they'll build in whatever next country hasn't developed yet. India is really booming, right? Like, I mean, that's what I see in the chart, at least.
It's the stock market world over is booming, right? I mean, there's no country that's not booming right now.
There is. There's plenty.
Which one? Which is not at the top? Like the known countries.
But China?
China is booming, right?
No. I mean, it's starting maybe to boom, but well, it's not. Well,
I mean,
depends.
China had its run, then it had, you know, the downfall, but now it's catching up again.
That was in 2015. China is below 2015. It's below 2008 even. So I don't know if it's running, but it's not really. Yeah, it's up 20% this year, but yeah, it's up 20% this year.
I mean, India is still a poor country in that sense, even though the economy might say like 5 trillion or 4 trillion or whatever. But by sheer per capita volume, we are way below that.
Yeah, so this could continue to rise for a while. But since 2020, your stock market tripled in value. So, you know, it shows investors coming into India much more than to China.
It's actually more, if you read into it, it's more domestic than international. Actually, it's been the other way around because international has the foreign institutional investors have actually exited more and more domestic because we had only like 2-3% of the country investing in, you know, the stock market. So now with the younger population, more and more people are opening, you know, SIPs and all that. So more domestic money is actually coming in.
With the recent political changes there, maybe, but overall, it's the new El Dorado, right?
Yep. What is this
Yeah,
France
you know, geopolitical tensions might slow that, yeah, with especially the, well, it's trying to stay neutral and we don't want it to be neutral, so maybe we'll punish India, yeah.
I mean, but India's always been neutral, right? Because it has no other option but to be neutral.
Yeah, but Trump, you know, might not like that, and he might be like, let's tariff India, or I don't know, anything to make it, well, I guess we're not going to put sanctions on India, but
He's doing that. I mean, that's why I mean, it was like Trump was considered to be, you know, friend of the Prime Minister of India. But now it's all gone haywire. Like everybody's against Trump in India now.
well, you know how Stalin, well, never mind, let's not get political, but, you know, these far-right people kind of hate each another.
I mean, they're pretty similar actually as leaders. Both of them are, you know, far right in their own way in their own countries. So that's why they got along.
Yeah, have you ever seen far-right leaders go well together in the history of the planet?
I haven't
Almost
seen any
always.
leader, whether it's far right or left or anybody, nobody gets along with anybody anywhere, right?
No, but they tend to, yeah, well.
I mean, we don't. Nobody blames Trump because he's looking after his own economic welfare, right? But then the same way, India also has to look after it. So it's anyway. It's too messy, man. The whole system.
But still, you're about to go in price discovery in India, so that's it looks like the sanctions, well, not the sanctions, but the tariffs are failing to dump you and make you change your mind on buying Russian oil and stuff like that.
I mean, keep reading reports that they've told to, reduce buying Russian oil, but nobody actually knows.
The part is you don't even consume it. You buy it to sell it to Europe, right?
Yeah.
So,
Which is the strangest part. Like
and
we get
we
it
blame,
put so
and then we blame India, right? But when you look at oil consumption, well, it's still the same people consuming it.
it's a misnomer in a way. We buy such cheap oil, but the gas prices in our own country are like way higher. We are paying like way higher, man. While Europe enjoys it.
Well, I bought a little bit of Indian ETF, so that's why I watched that chart a bit. Damn, I just noticed my freaking ETF underperforms the Nifty index. Damn, that's not good.
What ETF do you have?
Well, it's a French thingy. I know. Yeah, it's a French thingy actually.
What's this news about France adopting Bitcoin?
PIN-R, Amundi Indian ETF that you can put in a 401k equivalent where you're not going to pay taxes on profits. The problem is they tend to underperform the indices they're supposed to follow. But you don't pay taxes on profits if you hold it for 5 years. Well, the account, not the position.
So it's a tax saving. Yeah, I get it.
Well, it's a way around, right? Because the tax saving tool, you're supposed to invest in France only, right? Like the government is like, okay, invest in the stock market. You won't pay taxes on realized profits if your account is at least 5 years old, and the cap is pretty high. It's like 300K or something like that. So you pay now. The thing is they came up with these synthetic products where they replicate they're supposed to replicate the move of an index through buying and selling French stocks, because you cannot put in your 401k foreign stocks in France. Well, I guess it's the same for you, no? When you buy stocks in your 401k, it's supposed to be American stocks. You can't put foreign stocks in there, no? The idea is to like have money invested in the country you live, I guess. So they came up with these synthetic products that follow NASDAQ, follow SPY, but you can still have in your French 401k. It's very very odd stuff. But the total shouldn't represent more than 20%, I think, of the value. Otherwise, you're still they're gonna close your 401k. Looking at the chart, I would have been better off just buying the Nifty, because it's about to hit all-time highs, while my synthetic product where I don't pay taxes is like 10% away from hitting a new all-time high. So
So is it like penny-wise, pound foolish?
now you have the fees also. There's annual fees and there's this and that, and so in the end, yeah, they underperform. At least it's above COVID dip, COVID all-time high.
Yeah.
Turkey also another stock market that's not really booming or anything. I mean, it had a nice run, but it's like correcting that move since 18 months now. Since interesting, a bit when alt stopped on crypto too. Summer 2024. That's interesting. Maybe emerging countries had a run at the same time as altcoins run last summer. Well, before beginning of last summer, May, June 24, yeah. And it's been going down since, so like 1 year and a half of downtrend, and so there's plenty stocks that are not booming right now. Plenty countries that are not booming at all. They had that boom earlier in 2022-23, and now they're more like correcting down. Yeah, Turkey is an example, I guess. France also, we're not really booming in France, you know.
But didn't France have a run a while back?
Yeah, it is at all-time highs, but the all-time high is the same as 2000 almost, you know. Like we're not, it's not like we exited the 2000 bull run. Like France is trying to exit the 2000. I mean, if you look at CAC 40 chart, in 2000, you know, dot-com bubble, it reached 7,000. 25 years later, we're at 8,000. So that's the French stock market. It took it 25 years to make a new all-time high. But it did. And yeah, I guess we're going up, so yeah, it's doing fine, but no. Not really. Also, the reason why is because dividends are not reinvested in this index. So if you add dividends, this is a very different chart because France gives really good dividends overall.
What's the time over there right now?
3 a.m.
Damn, you're doing the red eye shift on crypto.
Yeah, that's why I like to hang with Americans. I like living by night when possible. But I wake up at 10 tomorrow. Yeah, gotta go soon actually.
I guess nothing's gonna happen in crypto till tomorrow, right? Till all the meetings and all the sorted.
Yes, Italy is fine. I mean, it's always funny. Russia is probably not booming, no? What's the ticker for Russia? I forgot. MOEX. Moscow Exchange. Oh, well, it's a bit like altcoins. It had a top in 24. I'm joking. But yeah, no, Moscow is a bit like Turkey, I guess. It had a nice run in 2024. Made new all-time highs, price discovery and all, and now it's correcting that for 18 months. So you've had like 1.5 year of bear market on Russian stock exchange. It's back at the 200 weekly EMA. So, you know, buy below it, sell above it. And we didn't close weekly below the 200 EMA, so I guess...
I mean, it's also the 0.5 on the monthly, man.
Yeah. But it's a buy, honestly, Moscow, yeah. But that war in Ukraine is going to end eventually anyway.
Will it? I mean, why would they want to end it, man? How will they keep selling and feel
I
important?
don't know, but it will. Every war comes to an end eventually. I could see it drop another 15%, but that's it. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
Alright, I'm back. Had to do a couple things before my food gets here. Late dinner
Hey,
tonight.
D,
Yeah, what's up?
I want to buy Moscow Stock Exchange, Moscow Exchange, MOEX. It's in a bear
One's
market.
looking ripe.
Yeah, it's hitting the 200 MA on the
You
weekly
don't want to
after
wait
having
for like
made
a peace deal or anything first?
I want to be in position before that happens. and and honestly, it would dump it, no?
I
It
don't
would
know. I
probably
mean,
dump
right
it.
now, the problem is that while you're in negotiations, there's technically the threat of sanctions, even though that's extreme. But clearing up negotiations and having peace would take that off the table. Excuse me.
That's gonna happen after I enter, not before.
Right.
That's what ABCs are, you know? People
Yep,
give up,
yep.
go down, then we start to come back up, and then the real news hits the market. But I know when peace will come. If this reclaims 170, then yeah, there's some peace news out there. Or any other bullish news about Russia. But also the end of a war economy, it could create a collapse, a complete collapse, no? Especially if Russia loses the war, I guess.
Yeah.
So maybe it can go much lower than just another 10% down. But yeah, there are charts that are not in a bull market currently. And you don't have to go to Russia. I found a few other countries that are in bear markets that are maybe less risky than Russia. Probably China being the number one. Because, yeah, long term. Who else is in a bear market? Maybe Southern American countries? Huh?
Argentina.
Argentina? S&P Merval. What's that? Oh. S&P Merval Index. It's at 2,600,300,900. Yeah, you see the hyperinflation, right? Oh.
Bad. Really bad.
Hey, you want a bull run? I would check it out. Ticker is IMV. S&P Merval Index, Argentinian stock market. Yeah, that thing is up trillions of percent since 2022. Oh,
In worthless money.
I'm on log scale. I can barely see the whole thing. Okay, now you can see. Yeah, since 2008. It's gonna say infinity, no? It's up 2 billion%, something like that. No.
It's scary, yo.
That's a bull market.
True.
No, it went from 700 to 2 trillion or 2,600,000,000,300. Yeah. No, wait, it's 2 billion. Yeah, billion, not trillion. Oh no, they need to remove 9 zeros. Yeah.
Nah, Evo. There's really low volume, bro. Really low volume. Even on Binance on the 1 minute, you're gonna get these. For the most part, Oh, this one was just flat.
Can I invest in Argentina through a dollar-based index? Because it might not be a bad idea. Because okay, they have a currency issue, but
Nope. You've got to do it in pesos. So you made 5,000% and it debased by 6,000%. So somehow you're still under.
there's gonna be a dollar chart at least, so we can see if it's pumping or dumping. But
We just bought a bunch of pesos from over there to keep their shit from completely collapsing. In my opinion, that should have been Bitcoin, but whatever.
MSCI has a global Argentina ETF. Global X MSCI Argentina ETF. It's in dollars. Oh, they're booming. Wait, maybe there's inflation problems, but the stock
Yo,
market is up 3x since 2022. So it would have been a good move, you see, to buy Argentina, even though there's inflation and fear and this and that. Like, Nasdaq didn't do 3x since 2022, did it? No. Oh, it's close. Actually, we're close to 3x up now.
so isn't like Argentina getting basically like a bail-in, bail-out, whatever you want to call it, technically?
Yeah, we picked up a bunch of their dollars, gave them US dollars for their dollars, and hopefully that can keep them afloat.
Wasn't a bunch of, was it George Soros, couple of them billionaires, they made a bet that went south. And
I
now,
don't know about all that. I know South America has a really bad problem, and it's just going to be a domino effect.
It doesn't show that in their charts, though. I mean, our Argentinian market is pumping, even in dollars.
They don't have a GDP issue. They have a debasement issue.
mhm.
Like they need to denominate in something else, or all the production that they, you know what I mean? It's wasted. Like you
I'm
have
gonna guess
decent
nobody uses
production, and then it gets completely demolished.
the pesos there, no? They just use dollars anyway?
I have no idea. Argentina
They
is
use
dope though.
pesos.
It's often what happens in countries with high inflation. People use foreign currencies, euro, dollars, yuan,
Yeah.
or just gold. How about Russia in dollars? Can I invest in Russia through an ETF in dollars with these sanctions? I'm sure there's a way.
Did you just ask AI?
You trying to avoid international sanctions live on YouTube?
No, but they're in a bear market, so I want to buy a bear market, right? If crypto isn't in a bear market, then there's other stuff that might be worth buying, and it's at the 200 MA on the weekly.
If they ask, I'm snitching.
Well, AI says be careful because if there's sanctions, they could seize your assets.
I'm
So
trying
they're gonna think of
That's why I just said. Are you trying to avoid international sanctions live on YouTube? I
frozen
mean, it's not going to
ETFs
be a
could
problem for
no, but
me, but I mean,
think about like before the war, you could have bought a Russian ETF, right?
Yeah.
And what happened to that money? It
that's
got
one thing I
frozen.
would not want to find out. So you're holding assets and there's sanctions. You have to wait until sanctions are up.
I think that's what's happened. Yeah,
And
they
then we
froze
have
the
to take
ETF.
into consideration what are people more probable to do once they have the ability to get rid of this or to
But the
hold
good news
it.
is they're in profit.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
So
Like, are you just happy to get out since you finally have access? Or are you
yeah,
just like, oh,
they'll
it'll keep
sell.
going
Yeah,
up through it?
So peace will bring a downturn, not a pump.
I mean, at least temporarily, people who have wanted to sell for a while and couldn't, they don't care if they're up or not. They just want out. Their funds have been, the opportunity loss from having your money trapped.
Man, London has an ETF where you can still invest. The city.
Oh, talking about ETFs, how did the ETFs that got launched today on crypto do? Did they do well?
I didn't look into it. Give me 1 second. I think my food is here. Let me go get the door for the Uber guy.
Suspended. A lot of them are just suspended, so you can't trade them. Yeah. So I can't invest in Gazprom. But I can fill my car with gas that comes from Gazprom. Very odd world. I watched the news yesterday and they're saying that by 2027 they want to ban completely Russian gas imports. We're still buying gas from Russia. Of course, because we need it. So, yeah. And Gazprom, well, we can't trade the company, but we can buy their gas. Some platforms like interactive brokers allow ruble-denominated MUX trades. Oh, CME has Russia. You can trade Russia on CME right now. Ticker is... Oh, really? You can trade futures on Moscow Stock Exchange in America. It says volume is tiny post-sanctions, but you can still trade. Ticker is Rook. That's another narrative, right? They're talking about seizing. So we froze Russian assets in Europe. It's a lot of money, and they're talking about selling them. And I think that would create the bear market, right? Because you're talking about selling houses, selling stocks, selling Russian money. Well, Russian funds seized because they were Russian, and dumping it to buy weapons to give to Ukraine. I guess the weapon buying part could pump weapon stocks, so that's good if you invested in weapon manufacturing. But the sell houses to build weapons, that could create the housing market crash. And these Russians, they had nice houses in France. They own a lot of property in the south, around Nice, in Courchevel. Like they got all the best spots where the value is the highest. It's just stealing. It feels like stealing.
So the ETF launches on the crypto didn't really set the market on fire, at least on those coins.
It's a bit too early. You would need first an uptrend on Bitcoin that doesn't just put a tiny higher high to come back down, right? Well, we haven't seen the come back down part yet, but yeah, the timing was bad for this ETF launch.
I mean, so basically nothing changes. It's the same. Everything depends on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So then why would I buy any other ETF except Bitcoin?
I don't know, because you feel like Bitcoin is expensive and Solana is cheap. Which isn't the case.
Yeah, but like all these altcoins only run for a little period of time, right? During a 4-year cycle, like Bitcoin is the only one that keeps doing its business.
Oh no, Solana has been running for 3 years too. It started explosively in 2023, so 2 years. Yeah, it's been running for 2 years now since.
Yeah, but it went from there back down to $8 and then back to where it is. Like it just I mean, it's not done anything, right? In the last whatever years. It just went down and came back up.
Oh, in the last 48 hours, yeah. My point is, it's been running for 2 years, so it gets an ETF at the maximum FOMO levels we saw in 2021, where people were spending all they had to buy Solana. This feels like when they released an ETF at 69K, on Bitcoin. Well, at least we're not at 300.
You mean like 2021, 69K? That's
Yeah. Yeah, but it wasn't a spot ETF, it was a leverage long ETF. Roughly at the top there at 69K. But here it's not the case, right? Because when you zoom in a bit, we are in the middle of something. So it's not that bad. Because it's not at 300, like we're not at all-time highs on Sol. It's not at the recent lows at $100, where Solana was in April. It's a bit above the middle, right? So yeah, it's not such a bad timing for a launch. People are going to see some potential up towards all-time highs, so it's almost a 2x to go to 300. Well, it's less than that, but There's some potential to go high, and those who are patient and want to wait and buy, well, they have room to the downside to buy too, right? There's no hurry to buy it because it's not at support, but it's reclaiming $180 as support, so still in an uptrend since April, but overall a downtrend since since 2021. We got a new all-time high, but it's just a wick, right? Never mind, I'm saying bullshit here. It's in a downtrend since January, but now up since April, and maybe down since September. In a sense, it's bullish, right? Because it pumped early in the cycle, coming towards all-time highs very early at the same time as the Russian stock market topped, by the way. So before summer 2024, Solana had already reached $200, right? And then, so now for like 18 months, it's going sideways below all-time highs, maybe distributing, but it could also be, well, the longer time it spends below 300, the more probable to actually turn it into support, right? The more time you spend at resistance, and overall this whole area is resistance, like between 100 and 300. No, I look at the whole thing as resistance because it's high up, right? Like we're not, most alts are way lower than Solana is currently. There are, most of them are below $80. They're even below $27 for some of them. So I think the more time it passes here without losing $120, like you need to stay above 120 for that to be still valid. Then you have a range that's been traded 20 times already, right? And I mean, eventually it could break out for good in price discovery. Yeah. Maybe get half of the move we got to get here, right? So you're looking at like 2-3x up.
It better hurry up, man.
Oh, I mean, I could see it go to like $600. But in the meantime, buy 120, sell 200, buy 120, sell 200, buy 120, sell 200. Well, we just sold 200. I'm kind of waiting for the buy 120. Right? It did go to 250. Maybe that's a sign of I want to get out of this range. But that's just a lower high. You could even, yeah, if market structure reverses, you're looking at below 95 on Sol. Maybe the spot ETF at that point will buy our bags. Solana ETFs, it's like it's like $50 million volume today, something like that. So for now, it's a bit insignificant. Yeah, it's saying 70 million inflow, something like that. Yeah, roughly. And there's a few. There's not only one. You have Grayscale, Border, Rex, Bitwise. Well, I guess it could help so that I get back above that round 200 number.
Hey, check this out. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So can you hear me now? This is Solana on top on the monthly, and this is gold. You see similarity in any way?
Yeah.
The dip, and then the bounce, and the bounce, and then could we be here somewhere? This is gold, and this is Solana.
Interesting comparing an altcoin with gold, yeah.
I mean, it's just a chart pattern, right?
I never thought about doing that. Yeah, that's a nice correlation factor. You can just add the CC indicator and see how it goes. I think it's gonna be above 0, yeah.
I mean, I'm not so well versed with how to operate TradingView, man. So,
Oh.
but I mean, it looks pretty
Well,
similar to me.
it's because everything does go a bit together in the end, right? So when gold pumps, usually everything else is pumping too. They say it's the safe asset that pumps while things dump, but in reality, no. It also dumps when we get a recession, roughly at the same time, or maybe not exactly, but roughly. So yeah, when crypto pumps, typically you also have a legacy pumping and also gold and well, everything. Especially when it's a monetary crisis that creates the pump. Too much money flying around creates the pump. Then they decided to remove some of that money. It still created a pump. It went out of hands, basically.
Yeah. But it's interesting, man.
But I'd put Bitcoin up there, not Solana though. But yeah, why not?
I mean, I'm just doing.
Yeah, I think because the Solana's narrative is to replace ETH, right? It's like the ETH killer. But gold's narrative is Bitcoin's narrative is to replace gold eventually. It's the next market cap to flip now. So okay, maybe it's a bit too bullish of a target, but narrative wise, you can start to compare Bitcoin to gold. Yeah. Well, Solana is supposed to be compared to ETH.
I mean, I'm just trying to compare the fact that gold just had its run and Solana is supposed to have its run, allegedly till it has. But the pattern looks so similar. That's all. I mean,
yeah, but I don't think it's coincidence. Yeah, it's because things in dollars tend to move together. Yeah. When crypto pumped last cycle, gold also had a run. Seemed like Solana pumped a bit after gold on your chart, though.
yeah. That's the point. I mean, any moment now, like hopefully, unless it crashes and goes down. I mean, with gold retracing, I guess it's time, man.
Yeah. It's time for something. So then overall, you know, it's doing amazing. Like, you know, still sitting up there, and then that reminds me of Aptos, who's supposed to be the Solana killer. Well, that ain't happening for now.
Wasn't it Sui?
Maybe Sui replaced Aptos, yeah. Don't know. But it's not happening for Sui either. I mean, actually, actually, Sui is it's above $2, right? So it's holding its previous highs as support. Yeah. Twice. While Aptos is in price discovery downward. So much riskier play, of course, but the potential up is technically bigger. Unless there's like dilution going on, or market cap issues, but I don't think it's the case on Aptos.
But is anybody like, is the mindshare still there? People talk about Aptos still?
I don't know. Probably not, which is why it's cheap. But it'll go straight up to $7, and then people will come up with articles.
True.
Or it'll or it'll fail to hold $3, which is the previous bear market bottom. December 2022's bottom, right? When Bitcoin was at 15K, and if it fails to hold that, then yeah, it will get delisted like KDA or any other coin that got delisted this week. So yeah, very risky plays, but the risk to reward is there.
Mic check.
We've all good. Like without even going in price discovery or anything, you need none of that. You just need a hiccup. Yeah, hiccup to like $7, $8, $9 somewhere now. What's up, Woody?
Not much. I was just checking my mic. I'm trying to use my headset. I haven't used it in a while.
We got altcoin ETFs and
Oh yeah, Solana that got approved, right?
Yeah.
It
just
didn't
doesn't
we have
feel that
more as well?
bullish, I guess, but
Didn't Litecoin and thought Litecoin and another one got approved also.
Well, it did
HBAR, that was it. HBAR, thank you.
LTC also, and it SFP the previous highs like Bitcoin, and is well maybe gonna hold around here. Yeah.
Start seeing a lot more of that. That's gonna be great, man. Definitely gonna bring a lot more money in the market.
Well, yeah, if they're successful. If they didn't provision too much coins. But they bought at $50 for these ETF launchers. Yeah. LTC got bought at $50.
Did you say
Weekly
you bought some?
200 is at $85. So yeah, that's probably the ETF average.
So HBAR. I'm surprised no XRP. We're gonna see more coming. What do you think the next one will be? I'm pretty
I don't know,
sure
but
Tau. I think there was something for Tau.
it's gonna be a commodity, right? Like for now, we can't have security ETFs, right? And LTC, it's a bit the same tech. Litecoin is the same tech as Bitcoin, right? So it makes sense to give it an ETF. I don't know if that debate is still up there. But maybe that's why XRP doesn't have an ETF yet. It's because it's a company more than a commodity.
Well, they have Ripple though. Did Ripple get approved? Maybe that's why.
I don't know.
Ripple, they have Ripple, right? Didn't Ripple? I don't know.
The stock?
Yeah. Doesn't Ripple have a stock? No.
Yeah, but that's not a crypto ETF. It's
Yeah. I was just
if it's
thinking maybe that's why they don't. I don't know.
I don't think there's a XRP stock though, is there? I don't know. Honestly, I
I
don't
was
know.
thinking maybe Ripple. I don't know.
Well, when you type Ripple in TradingView, it just shows XRP. Yeah, there's no Ripple stock you can buy.
I don't know. I was just guessing.
But they would have lost that trail if it was the case, no? Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I figured XRP would have been one of the first ETFs. I don't know. That's what everybody was saying. I have no clue. I'm glad Litecoin got on there though. That's like silver. They always compare Bitcoin to gold and Litecoin to silver.
What's ETH?
Platinum.
Copper? Platinum? Whoa.
I don't know. I have no idea.
No, ETH is silver. Litecoin is like copper.
They always call Litecoin.
Yeah,
silver.
Bitcoin is gold. ETH is silver, and
You can't change the rules, Zeusy.
Litecoin is copper. Actually, I was gonna say just steel, but I came up with copper. That's a bit more valuable.
What's higher than silver but lower than gold? That's what Ethereum is.
Higher than silver but lower than gold? I don't know.
Platinum.
Yeah. So Zeke, I mean, yeah. So
Why are you sure?
Ethereum is platinum. They always has referred to Litecoin as silver. God, they even have Litecoin silver bars. Those Litecoin maxis, man. There's a bunch of them. Digital silver.
Well, look at
You
this
sure
way.
platinum
Silver,
is
silver is our best conductor too. So What's going to be good at
That's what gold
conducting
was. So
things?
silver conducts electricity better than gold?
If you actually look at it, silver does. Silver is actually a better conductor of gold than gold is.
Isn't platinum more expensive than gold even?
No.
No? Oh, okay, then
Oh,
okay.
no,
Then,
wait. Alexa,
then
how
ETH
much
is
is platinum an
platinum.
ounce?
Then ETH is platinum, yeah.
$1,500 an ounce.
That's way less than gold, yeah. Okay.
Platinum's just been sitting at that price forever. Since God. So it was worth a lot
Kind
more
of
than
like
gold at
ETH.
one time.
Kind of like ETH hasn't made its move up there yet. Gold did its thing. Bitcoin did its thing. I feel like ETH is like platinum.
Yeah. If I see this chart, yeah, it is. Platinum hasn't done much, man, since Jesus forever. What move this?
How about titanium? Is that more expensive than gold?
Alexa,
Titanium.
how much is the price of titanium per ounce?
Probably not. They wouldn't put it in iPhones otherwise, right?
From 38 cents to $1.88 per ounce.
Oh, it's cheap. Okay.
Yeah.
There are metals that are more expensive than gold. I'm just not sure they're used. Well, not consumer stuff.
What metal is worth more than gold now? I'm trying to think of one.
But probably nuclear stuff, no? Like, isn't uranium a metal?
I have no damn clue.
I think it's a metal, right? Uranium. It's probably more expensive than gold.
Alexa, is uranium a metal? Yes.
Can you ask it the price? And then we'll see if the CIA
Alexa,
comes.
what is the price of uranium per ounce?
You guys are sleeping on palladium.
Ah, palladium. That's what I was thinking about, actually. Yeah.
But that's at like 1,400 right now.
What is it? Palladium?
Yeah,
So it's cheaper
palladium.
than gold. So yeah, but that's still
Yeah.
cheaper than gold.
Rare.
But it looks like it's on its way up again, palladium.
Everything is going up.
I did
Just
not know they
not
use that a lot in
Bitcoin.
jewelry. Palladium, I didn't know that. It's a white colored
Yeah, it's an
luxurious
interesting.
metal. All right, Alexa, stop. Jesus.
Alexa, buy Valor.
She keeps talking. I have Alexa Plus now, and you can have full conversations with this. And it's amazing. You know what gets me Siri, man? I seen people using
Alexa,
Siri, and I actually thought they were talking to a person. She'll joke
Alexa,
around with you
send
and
5
everything.
Ethereum. Send 5 Ethereum to drew.eth.
Can't hear you. I have my headset on.
That'd be crazy. I see some ETH pop up in that address.
That's the next glitch. You start a YouTube channel and just keep saying your wallet address, and I bet down the road you'll be able to do that. Send money.
Well, there's probably people that have little setup right now that they just, you know, voice to activate whatever. It's like, okay, transfer this from this wallet to that wallet.
But the theory is amazing, man. Yeah, I see people using that, and I actually thought they were having conversations with real people. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
seriously.
I guess. No, I
How
heard that
bad
noise.
is
I
it,
thought.
Drew, for
What's that?
No,
how
I heard
bad
a
is it
noise. I
for you
thought
to
Discord
try
locked
to
off. Sorry.
how bad is it for you to try to scam people on YouTube? Reminds me of the commercials where they're like, you know, send 1 Bitcoin, I'll give you back 2.
Yeah, I haven't seen those in a while. Knock on wood. The Michael Saylor.
Yeah, now they're getting more clever.
Yeah, it's probably real. That's, I lost my damn copy.
But now it's probably send me an Nvidia share, I'll give you back 2.
Oh, when I dip, we dip, we dip. Oh, it's not even 11 o'clock yet. We need to get this false move over. False
It's
move
all
over
the false
22K.
move.
By the way, when price does something, it's not false, it's truth. It's pure truth, right? Whether it's manipulated, that doesn't matter. Price is the truth. Somebody sells, price goes down. Somebody buys, it goes up.
It's the true false.
Price never lies. It just never lies. It never lies.
Price?
Well, it depends what your definition of lying is. Does the price represent its true value? We can say maybe it's lying, right?
At that instant, yeah, it's the value.
Right, but you can say, hey, I have this price. But even though the price is the truth, it's the matter of fact of what the agreement has been, still doesn't mean it's true in its representation of what the true value should be.
Well, but wait, this isn't a false move down, it's a 3-day retrace down. False move was on Monday, no? Well, Tuesday, actually.
Yeah, I lost track of the days. Sorry. So I forgot it was Tuesday. What happens when you don't sleep?
Actually, it was on Monday. Yeah? We did a lower high today.
Didn't we pump yesterday? So that was the false move, and we're gonna dip today, put back up, midweek reversal. Yeah, perfect. Can the midweek reversal start on Wednesday?
Thursday, no, for crypto. Wednesday, Thursday, yeah, somewhere there.
Tao's taking a dump. Big cells, let's go, la 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 la.
Dump it.
Dump it hard.
There it is.
Glad I just got out of Tao, man. There's a big candle on that thing. They try to fool you, man. I notice that a lot. I'll sell, and then they put a green candle every time I sell, man. To try to get me to go back in. I swear.
Hey, Joe, you're back in XYO?
Who, me?
Joe?
Oh, Joe.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun with XYO.
I've been holding on to it for a while.
I'm back too.
Yeah, if you guys like XY, you should use their app too, the Coin app.
Oh, I sold the wrong token. I don't know how I did that.
Well, it's almost down at 12 May dip and below April low, so kind of expecting a reversal with probably another wick to sell because it likes to just wake up. Huge wicks to the upside. And then
I looked
the
at it too. See, last
downside.
time I bought it was back in April when it was down at 0075 was my last order, but I sold way up higher when it ripped on us up there. Then that's where it reaccumulated. So it's basically back down to where I reaccumulated back in April.
But I remember before that, there was a front running, or I forgot a story
That's
like
what I'm
that.
saying. And we sold as it ripped up there, and then I bought back in down basically at this level when it hit in April.
Yeah, and then it just put a lower high, and now we're back there, putting a lower low. Still continuing down, yeah. But it had a huge pump, and that thing was nuts when I remember that pump. Yeah, I sold the golden pocket of the bear market. I think maybe we'll sell it again, because the same trading setup can work multiple times.
I guess I sold it 0335 is where I sold. So that's where I actually sold it before I rebought back in down at 7 compared to like 33.5. That's where I sold it.
Wow, that's a big short.
I wouldn't say short. I sold it at high and then I waited for it to go down lower and it filled in April. But I didn't sell it at tippity top. I was happy to sell it 33.5 back then.
I sold before you. Well, gold. Yeah, I sold 20 something, 22, 25, somewhere now.
It's one of those ones I still have but don't believe in. It's like whatever.
But look, it had, it's the problem I have right now. I feel bearish, but I'm still holding longs, and it had its run. Like even XYO had its run this cycle. Like if we are to
So
go,
wait, you're holding your, I mean, are these like long-term longs that you're holding, but you're feeling bearish, or
no,
new
on
positions?
spot, I just bought some XYO, and when you look at the chart, yeah, it had its run. And now it's close enough to the bear market bottom that I'm like reaccumulating. Doesn't make sense with Bitcoin at 110, 15. Like,
Yeah, I'm not buying Bitcoin.
AI's eating up. AI made a nice push this morning, but I don't know what happened.
but yeah, it broke 200. You know,
Nvidia,
Nvidia broke.
big news for Nvidia.
Yeah. It touched 202 or something like that.
See, I have a hunch that Binance US, they just listed USD1, and then they posted something with the eagle, which is Valor also. And the highest, if you look on like Dune Dashboard, the highest trading pair right now that has the highest like amount of volume on USD1 is Valor, even though it has, or Valor. Some people are saying Valor, some people call it Valor, but it has the highest volume for USD1 pairs right now, and has it for the last 4 days, the highest volume, which is kind of crazy. It's only, and it's under 10 million market cap.
Trump token had a nice push yesterday. What's going on with that thing?
And that's the number 2. I mean, there's he has like about 300 or 400, I think $350,000 worth of this thing, unless it was just a donation into the Trump wallet.
Probably.
Yeah, it could have been that too.
No, it wasn't the Trump that he created that pumped?
Well, there's an advisor for WLFI who created America.fun, and that has 3 coins: the AOL, Burger, and Valor or Valor. And that's supposed to be the America.Fund is strategic arm of Bonk and Radium, basically. And Radium's one of their partners. So Radium's helping them get some traffic right now. But it's interesting to see that it has the highest USD1 pair, higher than any other coin, like even Bonk. And Bonk's already in the billions, but Bonk is like very USD1 centric right now. But yeah, Binance US, they're going to be doing some interesting stuff with USD1, I think.
Yo, is anybody else's TR main not working on TradingView?
I can check. Give me a second. Pull it right up.
What's that?
TR main isn't working on my TradingView. I've tried it on a couple.
It's working for me.
Oh, it's an indicator?
Yeah.
The one that's on Dbloc's chart right now.
Yeah. Working for me.
I'm on it right now. Mine's working fine.
Crazy. I'm gonna try something else.
Yeah, mine is working fine as well.
Try logging out and logging back in.
Mine's working fine also.
Mine as well.
So is mine.
Me too. I have a button that says sorry. I don't know what the purpose of it is for. But there's a voice on here, man. It sounds just like Tana. God, I opened Traders Reality on Towel, and there's so many lines. Got two of them open.
So Western Union, they're going to be on Solana.
Really?
Solana had a pretty big week, and the price action doesn't reflect it.
Nope. Boy, was it.
It does in a sense because it didn't drop as much as other alts. It dropped the same percentage down as Bitcoin, like barely more than Bitcoin, right? So it's holding its Bitcoin pair, its value on the Bitcoin pair more than other alts. It's not in a sustained down move for the last, I don't know, how many months, years even now. So in a sense, it is holding. I mean, it's not doing that bad. And well, it's above 200, or around $200, right? Above 180 in particular, which is the range high.
What's going on with Renda? AI's hot. That used to be the first token that took off. Not no more, huh?
Well, it's replaced by another one, probably.
Yeah, $2.40.
It's
It used to be the first one. It would follow Nvidia. Things dumping. Oh yeah, it's gonna drop more. Let's go back to 50 cents. $2. This year. Yeah. God, December, this thing was trading at $12 a month. Oh, that was high. 1180. All kinds of newer, better AI that came out. Like, Render's the old AI.
yeah, but because it had money, it was successful. Maybe it's the one that has the more chance of being useful, no? Because with price increase, success also comes because they have more money to invest in, I don't know, buying graphics card to power their AI model, or they just have more money available, right?
We have
The
more
team.
and more AI crypto projects now, and so I think that's why. If we still only had just Render, we'd see the price of Render going up.
Well, give it some time.
You got so many with AI agents now, and God, that was everybody's play for AI and crypto. AI is hot. Buy render. Now there's just so many choices.
Well, Near also is supposed to be AI coin. No, it's a bit like Render. It's not doing much. Well, it had its again a coin that had its
AI
run.
agents is hot right now, so I don't think render and near use AI agents. AI agents is the hot narrative, not AI.
You think it's gonna be AI agents pushing?
Yeah,
If
no, yeah, that's what it is. AI agents, they're accepting payments now, so I guess.
I was thinking more gaming because it's Christmas coming up next, but yeah, maybe it's gonna be AI.
No, that's what's
AI.
going on. That's what there was news about AI agents, and they have their own payment plan. That's what's it called. Forget the name of it. But that's why AI agents was pumping the last couple of days. Yeah, Google came out on Google, right? I gotta look into it now. Yeah, they can pay. They can pay for things now. AI agent payments. Agent payments. Google's new AI agent protocol. That's what Google has an AI agent money protocol. Announcing agent payments, AP2. Google announced the agent payments protocol. That was last month, but an open protocol developed with leading payments and technology.
Yeah, Near, Render, all examples of coins back in their bear market accumulation area. So between $1 and $2.50. It did a reversal bottomic structure back then, and you could have cut like you could have averaged down to like 150, 130 pretty easily.
So yeah, there's Alibaba, right? They're trying to come out with a token. Is that Alibaba Ant International? They own Alibaba, right? They got Alipay and this and that. They wanted to start they're gonna call it Ant. It's already an Ant token though. But they're trying to come back out with an Ant token. That's gonna be hot. Companies involved in these AI agent payment things is MasterCard, Coinbase, SD, JCB, Miston Labs, PayPal, Revolut, Salesforce, ServiceNow, UnionPay, and WorldPay, and more. I know that Ant International, that's Alibaba, and yeah, they filed to come out with their own token. Guess they tried last year and they got denied, so they're trying again. Ant token. Agent Payments Protocol. Google Cloud. AI. See, this was announced a month ago, but people forget so quick, and big crypto was dumping everything during that, so Nobody really paid attention. I forgot about it. Smarter shopping. A customer discovers a winter jacket they want is unavailable in a specific color. So they tell their agent, I really want this jacket in green. And I'm willing to pay up to 20% more for it. The agent then monitors prices and availability and automatically executes a secure purchase the moment the specific variant is found, capturing a high intent sale that would have otherwise been lost. True. You don't gotta sit there and watch it yourself either, man. That's great. So your agent can just do all your online shopping for you. You can plan weekend trips for you. Jeez.
What's this weekend trips thing you're talking about? I haven't had a weekend trip in forever, bro.
I'm talking about AI agents. They'll be able to.
Can they pay for my weekend trips? Because then
Yeah,
I'm
they do. They pay for them, but they use your money.
yeah. See, that's the downfall. See, like that, I was trying to avoid that. They don't put that in the fine print.
Unless you can get your agent to get a job, like some of them have. Some agents
Now
have
you're
gotten
thinking.
jobs.
Now you're
I wonder.
thinking. Get the agent to work.
Yep.
I guess that would be tax free then, right? You
Your
know?
agent works and you spend its money.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, that is gonna happen, man. It's probably already happened because there are agents that work. They run whole businesses. Remember that one? What was it on? What's that popular? Was it virtual? I forget. But they had an agent that started a business and hired people and everything all on its own. They were asking it questions and he said, I just hired people to do it for me. Amazing. It's actually spooky. What was that interview? Dbloc knows what I'm talking about when he comes back on. But yep, I'm gonna get an agent, put it to work, and spend its money. That's it. They can definitely run an online business. They have done it.
So
Have fun,
basically,
everyone.
you're looking at other options now since the charts are down and crypto's coming to an end and everything else. So is that what you're
Crypto's
trying to
coming
find?
for an end. It looks like it's just starting, man.
Man, why is everybody so bearish on X and stuff recently, dude?
I have no idea. I stay away from them.
Oh, I get that. Everybody's like,
Are they really?
yeah.
No, they're just adding fuel to the fire. No problem.
Yeah, they can thank YouTube for a lot of that too. That's why I don't watch those shows anymore. I haven't watched any of those crypto shows in so long, probably over a year.
I haven't watched much on YouTube as far as crypto is related, but like I'll pop on X to see what's going on.
X, I'm on X
You know
all
what I
the
mean?
time,
Stuff
looking
like
up
that,
crypto stuff.
just to research and stuff and see what people are saying. But you can get a good vibe. And man, today I loaded my timeline a few different times. I'm like, what is the world crashing here or what?
There's a lot of news of crypto pumping and everything. It depends what you're looking for. Like the tokens I've been looking up, everybody's talking about them going to $1,000, this, that.
Oh, there's some wild stuff out there too. If you want to get into the wild stuff, yeah, there's definitely people that are really optimistic, whatever, maybe crazy overall.
Yeah,
I
everybody.
feel like we're gonna crest some previous numbers, but I don't know, man. I mean, we got above that 4.2 trillion market cap for a tad bit there and then came back down. I kind of base it off that, like the money flowing in.
I think this is just midweek reversal time. Right? Isn't that what it is? I don't know. I know AI, like NVIDIA and that, had some good news, and so usually when that happens, crypto gets hot. AI crypto. I think Bitcoin usually heats up when NVIDIA gets hot, right?
Well, if gold starts dropping, which I think it did today, didn't it? Hasn't
Yeah.
it been?
And you notice crypto did pump when gold started dropping. Yeah, gold went down to 39 yesterday, but I think it's back up.
Yeah,
Is the reason
39.75.
for this? Oh no. But what? How high did it go? It went up to almost
43, I think.
43. Had to be that number, huh?
Yeah, I just said that the other day when, well, it was 243. And yeah, for XRP, and I was laughing at that actually. But I don't know how many people were still here, so I didn't bring it up in the chat. But
That was a very popular number.
There's a couple old timers in here that have been here for a couple cycles.
Yep. Drew, Gloomy, you, Susie, Joe. I guess Tana's been here, but she didn't talk in the beginning. Like a lot of people don't talk at all. I get it.
Yeah, the one dude on X was like, if they drop the rates tomorrow, we'll still dump. Yeah, you never know, man. Just gets you thinking. So tired of rebooting my system, man. There was like 3 driver updates, BIOS update, all this in the same couple days here. It's like the third time I've had to reboot, man.
Yeah, I need to get more memory. I'm only using 16 gigs of memory.
Depends what you use your PC for. I mean,
But I did not know that my PC still uses DDR4.
I mean that's not horrible.
Yeah, I heard they're going to be coming out with DDR6. But yeah, I don't know.
Thing is,
not
Windows
many choices I can do for adding memory because of it.
How many slots do you have on your motherboard? Is it a custom build or?
Yeah, just 4. Right, it holds. I can add up to 128 gigs, I believe.
Oh, even at that, would make,
no 6. I got 6 slots.
That would make a difference. Put some memory in it.
That's what I'm doing. I've been looking. It's expensive. Oh, 4. DDR4, and then there's not many choices because I want to add at least 64.
Now, if you use Google Chrome as a browser, that's the memory hog right there.
Is it? What's the best one to use?
I mean, I still use Chrome, but Chrome is a memory hog. A lot of people are using Brave browser.
I used to use Mozilla for the longest
Yeah,
time. That's all I would
Firefox
use.
is.
Yeah.
I always have Firefox installed as the backup. Sometimes I'll jump over to Brave or
No,
whatever. But
I don't even bother. I just Google's on there, so I use it. Get used to it. But I actually like Chrome, but if it's slowing my PC down, I don't mind switching.
got a phone call coming in. Let me take this call. I'll be right back.
All right. I couldn't open an extra tab the other day, said I didn't have enough memory. So. And now I started thinking, because I'm getting my new monitors coming in the morning. That's another tab, so I have to add some more memory. To do, because I didn't know I still use DDR4. The way around that is I'd have to change my processor, so then I'd have to get everything new. The only thing I'd still be able to use is my graphics card, I think. I think I'm just gonna purchase some RAM and just probably end up getting a whole new, build a new PC next year. I guess there's less DDR4, so it's been going up in price.
Hello, Cryptoverse. Cryptoverse, Bitcoin. Hi, Cryptoverse. What's his name? You got a goddamn name. There you go. God.
Man, this thing is dogging it. Their volume is just like shit to bed. Excuse my language, but come on, let's do it. Bet between like 3 to 5 a.m. That's where it happens. Wickedy Wednesday. Let's see what it's going to do tomorrow.
Cryptoverse. It's Benjamin Cowan.
I'll move back into Zcash. Yeah, we get the FOMC today, huh? Think tomorrow. Interesting.
What's the deal? Do I need to get a sword out?
Bye.